Hold on, I gotta go take a shit. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god. I'm back. Hold on. I just realized I need to make a post on Twitter. I'm gonna do something a little risky though, so give me 1 second. Hi Eva, hi Ember, hi Ona, how are y'all? Hi Gore. I'm gonna do something a little risky. So I might be posting ass, maybe. Maybe. I might be. Playing Demon Souls? Oh, nice. We're gonna play some Elden Ring here in a minute. I gotta do something real quick. Ooh, shit, not all that. Just that one. Thank you. Alright. How is everybody? We're just gonna chat for a second while I make this. Shrink that. Okay, there we go. There we go, that's better. And then we're gonna ba-da-da, 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 ba-da-da. I'm gonna try and make it to DLC. I'm playing Dark Souls 1. Oh my god, everybody's just playing fucking Soulsborne's games right now. Okay, I'm doing some stupid shit right now. Don't mind me. Flip. Yeah. Okay. I'm doing some stupid shit that I'm gonna immediately regret doing, but it's fine because it's funny. We're just gonna save that to my downloads. We're not even gonna name it. It doesn't need a name. It's stupid. Okay, I gotta go to one of my comments or one of my posts real quick. I gotta get I've gotta copy and paste the my pussy and bio thing. Hold on. Have y'all does anybody have the my pussy and bio copied? Where is it? Hold on. My pussy in bio. Hold on. This is gonna make sense. Okay, thank God. Okay. Needed you the most. Okay, I need to censor nudity, save, post, twitch.tv/cyberbeach girl. There we go. All right, we're good. I know I had the bot comment recently. Luckily, if you just search in Twitter my pussy and bio, it pops up. So congrats, I figured it out. I have cake that I'm just gonna be snacking on during stream. I hope you don't mind me. They're cake cookies. It's like cookies in the shape of cake and then it has like icing on it. Pretty good. Pretty good. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Hope we're all having a good day. It's a vanilla cake, but it's got chocolate and vanilla like hard icing on the outside. So it's pretty good. Anyways, sorry for posting ass on Twitter, but I'm curious to see if my view count will be different today. It's first science experiment. Gore, you love it when I post ass. Shut up. Chocolate and orange. Oh, that sounds so good. It's heresy. Look, I'm not posting ass for money. I'm posting ass to see if that changes my view count as a science experiment, is what I'm doing. Let's see how popular this stream is. It's a science experiment. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Iona, I promise. It's not that bad. Maybe. Thank you. It's asked for science. That's what matters. You earn money from Twitch? I guarantee you, I don't earn enough money from Twitch for this to make any significant difference. Hi, Tricky. How are you? I don't make enough money from Twitch for it to make any difference. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with y'all. This month, I made 80 bucks from Twitch. That's it. 80 bucks. That's enough to pay one bill. One bill. So, that's enough to buy 1 can of formula for my daughter. 1.5 cans of formula for my daughter. And she goes through 4 cans a month. I also cut my leg on the chair, on Gore's desk chair, office chair earlier. It hurts. So, yeah, all the money I make off Twitch is Bunny's, it's Bunny's formula fund. Less dizzy today, yes. I'm feeling great. I'm eating cake. Gore's gonna go get me Popeyes later. I'm feeling great. We're doing good. We're gonna fuck up Radon today. I almost said fuck Radon. We're not doing that, sadly. Oh, Rom, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. It's okay that you forgot to do that. You showed up today, and that's all that matters to me. Yeah, cake, gaming, and fried chicken. How did I do that? I was turning on the lamp, and I tripped coming back, and you have this metal part sticking out, and I accidentally cut my knee on it. You get Popeyes when you beat Radon? Fuck! Never mind, chat. I'm not getting Popeyes today. Look, I don't think that man would fit either, but I'm not adverse to trying, is all I'm gonna say. I'm willing to try. He cares enough to not crush his horse, he'll care enough to not crush me. That's all I gotta say. I can take him. I'm confident. I can take him. There's a hole, there's a way. Exactly. Rom gets it. Rom gets it. Sorry. Oh, I'm just taking off all my shit. I was trying to do this. I could take him. Radon, I could take him. In a fight? Maybe. Special type of fight. Fight in the sheets. Zero gravity fucking, ugh. I'm into it. Look. I can't help the fact that man, he gets me. Yeah, he gets me. I feel like he's the sweetest man on earth. Pre-rot, at least. I was actually talking to Gore about this a couple days ago. Look, rot or not, I'm not a wimp. That's all I gotta say. Is his horse female? Because if so, he can care enough about me. I got a horse pussy after all. Sorry, I'm taking a sip of water. His horse's name is Leonard? Leonard? Does pineapple belong on lasagna? Absolutely not. He do be a rotten corpse. Yeah, but sometimes, depending on how they look, you know? Oh goodness, y'all are funny. All right, let me actually get the game booted up instead of just sitting here fucking talking out my ass. Horse pussy? Look, don't worry about it. That's a top secret. My horse pussy is my Victoria's Secret. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look, I'm having a good time. I'm listening to music. Ate a couple little tiny cake cookies. Look. I have a lot of secrets. Fuck this song. I have a lot of secrets. And y'all don't want to know any of them. So anytime I share a secret with y'all, it's probably going to be etched forever in your memory, and that just is what it is. I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I need love and affection. And I hope I'm not sounding too desperate. I need love and affection. Love. Is horse pussy just a pussy you can ride all night? See, Gore gets it! Gore gets it! Thank you, sir. Hold me tight and when I'm drowning, save me. Give it to me on the daily. If I'm your girl, say my name, boy. Let me know I'm in control. We both grown, so how we feel, we can let it show. Look, I get a little desperate for rotted men. I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I need love and affection. And I hope I'm not sounding too desperate. I need love and affection. Oh, if you named a horse after me, I would actually be so happy. I almost said nut. I almost said I would actually nut, and I wouldn't. That would be a lie. Oh boy. You've been stingy with your time. Got me wondering, I'm wondering if I'm on your mind. Alright. Oh shit, sorry bud. Don't slip. I'm changing the settings on the game so it's easier for me to like swap in and out of screen so I can have walkthroughs today if I want to. So, un momento, por favor. Oh, wrong impression. I need love and affection. And I hope I'm not sounding too desperate. I need love and affection. King, Lord, Emperor for President. Emperor or President. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. My chat is currently bullying me for wanting to sleep with a rotted giant man. Can you love me for poor, chat? Because I'm poor as fuck. I can't afford shit. A house? In this financial market? Absolutely not. Don't do anything stupid? Can't promise. I can't promise that. Hi, Lucian. Lucan? I'm gonna lurk and nap. Enjoy your nap, dude. I needed a nap. I didn't take one, so I'm going a little loopy. Oh, I can afford at least a half of your heart. I'll take it. I'm surprised I didn't go for Blythe. Oh, I did. I absolutely did go for Blythe, and I'm about to do it again. I can take 2. I've got 2 holes. I've got 3 holes. So, if we can just round up one more man. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Malekith? 3 holes. 3 holes. Look, chat. I never said I was mentally okay. Alright. Let's play this fucking game before shit gets off the rails. Oh. Blythe's voice actor has done multiple cameos for VTubers who are down bad for him. Fuck! I need to find this man's cameo. Okay, I gotta turn up the volume. So, Today is just gonna be all Radon, I guess. Until I beat him. So... you know. That's the plan. Hi, Salsa! How are you? Yeah, so the plan is all Radon. A little bit of Blythe. And... you know... I'm gonna take what I can get. Oh, this man's gonna shoot the fuck out of me. Oh, fuck yeah. All right. He's gonna do one more. We're just gonna let him do that real quick. Oh, okay, that did not guard me the way I was hoping it would. Ugh. Hey, did you know that that button does fuck all? Anyways. Gotta go, wrong button. Gotta grab Blythe real quick. I'm just gonna let them do their thing over there for just a split second. I missed a summon here. Hey ho, salsa. Oh man, we've already lost a summon. That's crazy. Okay, well, looks like we're gonna have to go grab some more summons. Quickly. Oh boy. Do you know homie was just chilling behind me? Fuck me. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Fuck me. Oh, are those coming for me? Oh, are those coming for me? I want to get under him. Fuck. How many times can one bitch miss? Oh, giant boulders. I've never seen this man do half of these attacks. Sir! Oh, fuck me. Okay, I need to find more summons real quick. We're just gonna hop up. Get up, everybody! I feel like fucking Mushu. Oh! Oh, fuck me. Back up. Okay. Oh, fuck me. My man is flailing. He's going ape shit. Okay, I need to get more summons. Oh! Leave me be! Okay. Woo! Oh! Got his ass! Hey, you know how I said we were just gonna be doing this all day? I lied. So, whoop woo! Yeah, I didn't know he could do a second one either. Fuck that. Yeah, I love summons, man. I'm gonna use summons. If summons are an option, I'm gonna use them. I could probably have finished them off on my own, but if you want to be completely honest, I was out of MP, and I didn't really want to risk it. So I was playing it safe. I decided it would probably be better to play it safe than anything else. I did a shit ton of damage to him, though, when I did get him. Yeah, I wish I could have finished him off the good way, but, you know, he needed to be put down. He wasn't feeling very good. Gore, is it clap, 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 or is it plap, plap, plap? I'm not really 100% sure. Yeah, a fucking nuke went off. I didn't want to finish him off on my own. No, it feels wrong, you know, when you've got the support of many others to just finish a man off on your own, you know? We're gonna sit for a minute. Sorry, hold on. What the fuck were we talking about in here? I wasn't looking at the chat, so. I am doing well, Salsa. I'm so sorry. I bum rushed into that fight and stopped looking at chat, so I'm going back. I've joined stream and fucking branch broken. What the fuck, Kula? Ronnie is also an option, yes. Alexander can only be summoned 3 times. Oh, okay, good to know. It's 3 AM and I'm losing my mind. Look, look, look. Look, look, look. Look, look, look. I like watching him do fun shit. On my way to get Popeyes. Oh, yeah! Chat, I won myself Popeyes. We're only 30 minutes into stream and I won Popeyes. Yeah, Blythe and Alex really are just chilling. I love that. I will talk to the boys, I promise. I do want to level up real quick, though. Endurance. We'll bump. We don't need a bump strength. Yeah, why would we bump strength? Alright. Bump my HP, and we'll bump endurance. There we go. Yay! Yeah, I really did just gank her stepbrother, didn't I? That's crazy. Hi, husband.
I was waiting for you.
Hi, baby.
What a sick way to fight, eh?
It's pretty fun.
The glory of the clash is shared by Radahn and you.
Also, isn't Radahn also your half-brother?
Did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes.
Or stepbrother?
I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale.
No, half-brother. Because they're all the R names.
And the path has now been cleared.
They're all R names.
To Nokran.
Ronnie, Radahn, and...
Let's meet
there's
where the
one more.
falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our souls once more for Mistress Rani.
I mean, I'll take up your sword if you'll let me.
We'll go into battle. My only purpose is to fight for Rani's fate. Sword and fang. The curtain's rising.
I mean, like, sir, I'm like perfect height. It's perfect. I'm perfect height. Sir, just whip out your sword, not the one on your back, and we will have a great time, me and you. Well, he's Ronnie's twin brother. Isn't Blythe Ronnie's twin brother? Or do I have the lore wrong? What you doing, Bubba's? What you doing, Bubba's?
Ah, hello there.
Hey, what you doing, Alexander?
It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend.
Oh, thank you.
I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock.
I don't know about all that.
One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out.
Damn.
After that, I hid like a coward.
You really didn't.
And as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
You did fine, buddy.
But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time.
Okay.
And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine.
I mean, I imagine.
Expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering. The
Ronnie
greatest of
came
all
from
wars.
Rennala and Rodigan. Radahn came from
Just you
Marika
wait
and
see,
Rodigan.
friend.
I
I'll grow
thought...
even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
I don't know why I thought Ronnie was also a Rennala Radigan kid, since they all have R names.
But who could expect any? Just you wait.
But I guess I'm wrong. Oh, fuck me. Wrong button. You want to know what VTuber post? Oh, I feel like that was a Bao thing. I know Bao is like obsessed with him, which I completely understand. I don't think there are any actual souls here, but I'm gonna grab them. Anyways, yeah, there weren't. Whatever. That sounds like a fucking Bao thing. Jesus. Whee! Well, you know, when I started that fight, I wasn't expecting it to be over that fast. Yeah, Radahn is Rennala and Radigan's son. That's what I thought. Because all of Marika's kids have either G names, if she had them with Godwyn, I think that's his name, or they had M names, if she had them with herself. With herself. Yeah, it's Rykard. That's the one I was missing. Okay, so I always saw the shadows as twins. Hold on, I can settle this argument right now. 1 second. Hold on, I can settle this. I have Google. Radahn, Elden Ring, Wikipedia. Last living demigods. Optional boss. Okay. Wiki. Family. Radagon, father. Renala, mother. Rykard and Ronnie, brother and sister. Mikola and Melania, half-brother and half-sister. Queen Marika, stepmother. According to his official wiki, Renala is his mother. According to the Elden Ring fandom wiki. And then, I'm looking this one up just for me. Blythe. Okay, so Blythe is a shadow. I always saw them as their twins. But I guess a shadow really is your twin. In a way, it's just not like a birth twin. Yeah, he was raised as Ronnie's brother. Shadow-bound beasts, also known as shadows, are tailored to serve Empyreans. Certain Empyreans are granted their own shadow by the Two Fingers. They are loyal to their Empyrean. However, should their Empyrean reject the path that is presented by the Two Fingers, the shadow will go mad and become a terrible curse known as a baleful shadow. Oh, Malekith is also a wolf. Oh, the more you know. Also, the real Sugar Joe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. I checked the proper wiki, and the proper wiki just gives you information on how to, like where to find him and how to beat him. It doesn't really have any, like, family-related stuff. I'll just look up mom. Who's his mom? So who is Radagon's mother? Renala. It is said somewhere that Renala and Radagon had 3 kids, Ronnie, Radon, and Rykard. Apparently it is in the description on an item. So yes, they had 3 kids together, and they all have our names. Because that wouldn't make sense for Marika and Radagon to have children. Well, like, they have kids together, but that's Mikola and Melania. So I don't know why they would then have another kid and then give him an R name instead of an M name when there's already, like... Because that's why they did all the naming themes, is that all of her first kids have G names. And then, all of Radagon's kids with Renala have R names. And then all of the kids for Radagon and Marika have M names. Yeah, Lori's a little strange about that one, but yeah, no, he did not learn gravity magic from his mom, as far as I'm aware. Imagine having 3 kids and one of them turns out like Rykard. Yeah. As a mother, it is, my biggest fear, truly. Okay, I have to go where that meteor hit, so... There we go. The fact that he doesn't know glintstone sorcery, he probably does. He just probably isn't as good at it as he is at gravity stuff. Because I don't think Rykard uses glintstone sorcery either, does he? I don't think I've ever actually seen Rykard's boss battle though, so I could be wrong on that. But out of what I can recall, I don't think we ever see Rykard use that kind of sorcery either. Also, Ronnie looks like her mom, but Ronnie originally has red hair too. So I think Radagon's genes were a little stronger than Renala's. For sure. There's a traitor taken care of. Alright. Rykard is mixed with a giant snake, so I don't think that man could do anything that he could have done. That's fair. Yeah, Radagon and Ronnie did not get along. But all of their kids have red hair, and they're all born in groups of 3s. 'Cause there's, you know, Godwin, Godfrey. Oh shit, I need to be over that way. And another G name, I think. Or maybe there was just 2 of those. And then... yeah, Radagon hates his red hair. 'Cause it was a curse. But all of his kids have it. And the theory is that Mesmer is also one of Marika and Radagon's kids because of the fact that he has an M name like Marika and try down. Oh, just go straight down. Or like Mikola and Melania. Yeah, just the 2. And then Godric, that's his name. Thank you. I, for some fucking reason, could not remember that man's name. And Godric's fucking dead. So... Harnish dead. But also, let's not forget who wrote this series, who wrote the lore for this game, when we think about how fucking confusing it is. Just making sure. Just gotta check. You know how it is. And Radagon hates giants. Yeah, well, he got cursed by a giant, I think, is what it was. What the fuck? Oh, I can just jump down. Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, he got cursed by a giant. Because of fucking what fucking Marika did to the giants. And so the giant cursed him with red hair. So... yeah, I'd fucking hate giants too if they were cursing my ass. Though, I would like to be a redhead. I wouldn't get too angry about it, but that's just me personally. Oh! Alright, well I'm done here now. He only wrote the backstory of the game. I mean, that's true. He wrote a shit ton of lore for this, though. So much lore that he was like, if y'all are curious as to why my book has not had a whole lot of updates lately, it's because I've been working on this. Oh, fucking Jesus. I read somewhere that he was cursed. I literally, okay, the only reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because I was reading a lore breakdown the other day. So I'm repeating what the lore breakdown thing I was reading said. What a fucking ooze. I'm sure it is. Oh. Man, I really did just take that jump without really considering. The fuck are you? The fuck do you do? Oh, I see. That's cool. you guys shoot shit. Maybe don't? Have you considered? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, there's a lot of you. Ooh. Port, evening. Hopper ahead. Alright. Oh, this area is pretty neat. You know Clayface from Batman? Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting that gist. Woo, boy. Y'all just be shooting. Oh, that one hurt. Hey, bud. Okay. Or go away, I guess. That's fine. There's tons of hidden stuff. Oh, I believe it. Running ahead? Running from what? I'm not doing whatever the fuck that is. We're just gonna follow the main path for now. You get the best summon in the game here? Uh-oh, are y'all about to start arguing about summons again? Oh, fuck me. Almost ran right the hell off that ledge. Whee! Up. Did I miss a grace somewhere, or? I feel like I did. This is fine. I feel like the moment you get down here, there would be a grace. But, I guess not. Doop doop doo. Ugh. Precious item ahead. Grace ahead. Is there? I feel like if I fall from here, I'm gonna die. And I can't use torrent. Yeah, I was about to say, if I fall from here, I'm dead. Dawn's not even here, sir. I don't really want to risk it because I don't want to run all the way back down here. Hug the left wall and roll down. I'm gonna believe you on this, but... Oh, fucking Jesus. Not this person being fucking suicidal. I have no lover. I have to jump to my death. Like, whoa. Fuck me. Alright. Oh my god, that was like point blank in my fucking forehead. Isn't that unfortunate? I would have died. Yeah, I figured I would have died. I just wasn't sure, like, where it was safe to land versus, like... Yes? Alright, well. Don't fall off the edge of the map. Oh well. Yeah, why are we trauma dumping in Elden Ring? I get that Elden Ring's like hell, but, yay! Yippee! Okay. What's going on out here? I truly do not trust the fact that there's just this one man. Oh, okay, there's not just this one man, there's more than one man. What are we clapping for? Oh. And we're throwing things. Oh! Oh! Can I fucking move? Jesus. Oh my god. Ow! Why would you push me into that, you fucking ass? God damn it. Has anybody ever told these guys that they kind of suck? Anywho. Yeah, I realized that there were lots of them in the bushes. A little too late. God, it's in my fucking thigh. Oh, Lord have mercy. I just want to explore. And I'm being punished. Or exploration. Ooh, is this like a little like a hidey hole? Sure is. Little hidey hole. They're jealous of my thickness. Like my ass, or the fact that I work out, or like a mixture of both. Yeah, these guys really do just be rolling with their homies. Ugh. Hey, boyos. Hey, bud. Man, for bitches that die in one hit, they fucking do a little bit of damage sometimes. That's crazy. Yeah, you're kind of right. They're like, boys are like skin and bone. They're trying to get my ass gains. And I'm not sharing my secrets. I refuse to share my secrets for a fat ass. Not happening. Yeah, they definitely do get thrown out of the meth den because nobody wants them around. Because they've been on too much meth, for sure. Fucking A. A lot of ghost gloveworts, none of the fucking number I need, however. I'm just gonna go ahead and, ooh. Got some ashes. Let's see what else we got in here. Got some smithing stones. Not the ones I need, but smithing stones nonetheless. Ugh. Yeah, y'all's cracked in is pretty, but like, I think whatever you're selling is too strong, cause y'all are not looking good. Is all I gotta say. Those great shoulder acids are good ashes for being tanks. Oh, good to know. What the fuck? Jesus! Yeah, for whatever reason, my stream went, like, my stream crashed, and when they were trying to bring it back up, it just wasn't loading. So I had to, like, and when I went to stop streaming to reload it myself, fucking OBS bjorked up. What the fuck? Yeah, the meth heads got real jealous. They bjorked my OBS. Assholes. What the fuck? Is everything good? It's cool? Okay. Yeah, my OBS, like, I looked over when Gore was like, oh, can anybody else not see her? I looked over, and OBS was like, eh. It was like, eh, we're trying to reconnect. Maybe. Oh. Why do you just have a whip, lady? Ow! Lady's got a whip. The fuck is up with that? That's crazy. Yeah, I looked over at my OBS and OBS was like, we're trying to reconnect, but whatever. Like, that was it. And I was like, okay. So yeah, I guess the meth heads got a little mad that I said that they weren't ever gonna have an ass that looks as nice as mine, and they decided to take down my stream. Gore, are you doing good over there? Gore's like, I want to be a slime. Being a slime sounds fun. And I'm over here like, I just got whip sworded. To the face. Many times. Man, this place is beautiful. I love it in here. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there, but it's like a dream ahead. Yeah, it really is. This place is fucking gorgeous. If only I had faith. Oh, that's a boss. Alright, so you're telling me I'm gonna have to run by Whip Woman? Oh! Another larval tier. Very nice. The prudes came for me because of my ass pic. Oh god, leave it to the day I decide to post an ass pic as a stream. As like a stream promo pic, and Jesus, everything goes to hell. The Christians came for me. They banned Pornhub in Texas yesterday, and the fucking Texas government found out I was posting ass pics on Twitter. Fucking crazy. I'm just grabbing all the items real quick. Alright, let's see what the fuck this is. First off, jumping, then time for turn back. The fuck do you mean? Ted Cruz knows my location? I sure hope he doesn't. Ooh. Thank you. Boss is pretty wild. Okay, okay, okay. So I'm gonna hate this. Often required ahead. Oh no. I don't like what that means. Mimicry. Alright. Wolves. I could have gotten his ass if we weren't both doing the same shit at the same time. Alright, I could have got that. Yeah, he got me, but I could have gotten that. That was fine. It's because we both did the same thing at the same time when I should have been avoiding him. Yeah, that was very anime-esque. That's really funny, actually. Oh, Sword Lady just stays dead? Oh, nope, she doesn't. Well, excuse me, you two. I don't really have time for y'all. Thanks, though. Yeah, that was very, like, Naruto fighting Kurama, like, the Bleach bullshit. Okay, I'm taking off my weapon, just because I think it's gonna be really funny. Oh shit, he still has it. Okay. Alright, problem solved. Good job, bubbies! Oh, you have to literally remove your weapon? Well, it ended up being fine, so... Yeah, that ended up being fine. Yeah, no, sorry. Them, like, me and them using the fucking special move at the same time cracked me up. I was like, oh, damn. I saw him using it at the same time I was using it, and I was like, I wonder if I'd be faster. Was my literal first thought, was, wonder if I'll be faster. And the answer was no. There's a little beetle somewhere. I hear a little beetle. Hello? Little beetle. You down there somewhere? Nope, nope, he's gone. I don't have it yet? Okay. Gorgeous view ahead. Oh my god, yeah. Fucking beautiful. Alright, what's about to jump me? Tree? Behold, Erd tree. Scarab, yeah. Tree? Oh, this was an Erd tree. Okay, I see your point. Oh, yep. Yay! Is that the one I need? Or do I need 6? I don't know. Could this be bird? Yep, those are eagles. Good job, buddy. Left ahead, yes. Item, yes. Nothing jumps you. Look, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I am, however, saying that I have no faith in this game to not jump me with something. Oh, I can use torrent. Okay. I didn't realize I could use torrent here. Oh, butterflies. Oh, being able to use torrent is so much nicer. Hello, tiny stag. Or is torrent just fucking huge? Nah. I'm not doing all that. Am I gonna use this sword for the entire game? Probably. Honestly, I like the sword a lot. By jumping? I don't know. I do like this sword quite a bit. No item ahead? I'll trust you on that. Wait. Backstepping ahead. Oh. Oh. Okay. Is there a map here? I feel like there is. Oh. Oh, hi y'all. Oh, oh. Ah! Okay. I see. I was just trying to light that flame. I am getting a bit of deja vu. However, if I get to fight another giant stag, it's worth it for me. So... Oh, y'all are like just walking with all the animals? That's pretty cute. Well, please, don't mind me. I'm just gonna sneak past real quick. Yes, is there a second stag? Because if so, I win. Oh, y'all are fine. I just wanted to see what the fuck was down here. And it's just some very sad man. Jumping off? Yeah, no, that's not happening. Oh, fuck, arrows. Don't. Oh, I'm stuck in a tree. Don't. Don't. All right, out. That's 2 out of 4. So I just have to find the other ones real quick. I can do that. Keep fucking it up. Anyways, peace out. Oh, wolf. That's pretty cool. Excuse me, boys. Oh, big wolf. Okay. All right, I'm looking for more. We're doing this as quickly as we possibly can. Aw, damn. Alright, oh, there's another one. Yeah, they really did call in their big bro. Anyways, I win. This is great for me. I killed that singing woman and then immediately felt bad about it. Oh, that's such a pretty wolf. Oh! I've been noticed. No, but it's okay. What are y'all singing about? Anything good, or? Oh. These bitches want me dead, so we're gonna just take a second. All right, we got we got spirits back here. That's fine. Ugh, I'm still being chased. No, you don't need to be doing all that now. What opinions did she have about anime? Just opinions in general, or particularly negative opinions, or? Oh, wait, there's 2 stags. Hold on a minute. They were standing around singing around a stag, but there's another one? Look, I just really want this item. Okay. I'm also trying to see how many I have left. So if I can get a good vantage point from up here. Not really. Oh, I was noticed. Well, isn't that unfortunate? She said Full Metal Alchemist was mid? Oh, fuck her. Wait, is she talking about Full Metal Alchemist the original, or is she talking about Brotherhood? Because that does dictate how I feel about her. Because if she's talking about, like, the original, okay, I can kind of agree with her a little bit. Don't mind me. Just gonna light this flame real quick. Oh. You really don't. You know, you really didn't need to do all that. Anyways, what's up with Singing Lady? She good or like... Oh, ow. Ow, fucking leave me be. Stop. I'm just trying to see how many fucking pillars I have left. I think 2? Excuse me, gang. Okay, 1 pillar. 1 pillar left. Okay, I bet. Jesus. Y'all fucking suck. Okay, so there's 1, 2. I got this one over here, which is 3. Thank you. I know I can do it. I just gotta find it. Is why I'm out here looking around like a psychopath. Okay, so it's gotta be up there somewhere. So I got the one that was in the center of that crowd, and that's probably the hardest one to get. Without getting immediately ganked. Hey, Nick! Are there a lot of people playing Elden Ring today? I haven't really looked at the tag. I know a lot of streamers are like, always check the tags to make sure you aren't competing with too many people. And then there's me who's like, I don't give a shit. I'm like, whatever, man. The only competition, if you see it, it's competition, I guess. Hey, mind your own business. Okay. Oh! Wrong button. Oh, found the last one. Oh god. I was like, why can't I swing? Figured it out. Yay! We did it! My reaction to the meteor? Oh, don't worry. I actually messed with him a little bit last time we played, and that VOD is actually already up on YouTube, so it's near the very end of the VOD. But if you were curious, oh fuck me. about my reaction to the good man, you can go check out the VOD on YouTube, and it's near the end there. It's pretty interesting. Nope, you don't gotta shoot me. You know that? Did you know that you didn't have to shoot me? Whee! Let me know. Let me touch. Let me touch. Quickly! Let me touch! Alright. Okay, oh fuck me. Okay, how many of these do I have left? 4? Oh, fuck me. Alright. I'm probably gonna lose this the first time around, but we're going for it. I love this fight so much. Woo! That fire be hitting. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, wow. Yes, this guy does indeed have some new tricks. God, I love the music though. And I love these guys. Oh, fuck me. Alright, that's my last healing, so... Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, he's healing. I see. Hmm. And there he goes, and there he is. Okay. Yeah, my dog's got. Oh, this music's so good. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do this fight a couple times. But I think it's worth it, too, and... Oh, is he about to ram me? Oh boy! And then we want to avoid the fire, because that fire be hurting. Okay. I was doing pretty good though for a minute there. 1, 2, and 3. All right. Sorry, I'm like locking in. Shit. Okay, so I can't stand in that. Good to know. Oh, he's so pretty. I am so in love with him. Yeah, this guy's fucking gorgeous. That wasn't bad, though. That wasn't bad for my first time doing that with him. So... Hold on, real quick. 1 second. Oops. Didn't fucking mean to do that already. Okay, sorry. That wasn't too bad for my first time with him. Oh, thank you, boy. Appreciate it. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. Real quick, and then I'm gonna take a quick eat break. Ooh, thank you. I only need one. I appreciate it. Okay, that wasn't too bad though. Sorry, I'm giggling at gore. Okay, let's go ahead and get Homeboy's attention first. 1, 2, and 3. Avoid the fire. And he's gonna res down this way. I'm gonna go ahead and drink this just so I have... Oh, it doesn't do that anymore, I forgot. Look, I knew the kick was coming, but I decided to tank it. Oop! 1, 2, and... Ooh, fuck me. Three. It's the way he dies and is reborn. It's so cool. How many times does he heal himself? Does he just keep healing himself? 1, 2, and... Ooh, fuck me. Or can he only do it once per fight? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to punch the man. I was trying to do something else and I fucked it up. Healing again. Great, cool. So he just keeps fucking healing. Oh my fucking god, he rolls! Oh, today I learned. Bitch rolls. Hi, Acids, how are you? Oh my god, yeah, this music is so good. I have to beat this guy before I eat. I want to get music like this for my 2.0. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm doing really well, actually. I've got dinner right here, but we'll eat that in a minute. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and... Ugh. One. Okay. Let's get him, boys! Yeah, I'm getting closer. I can definitely get him. I gotta grab my fucking runes, though. I need those bitches. 1, 2, 3, and... Oh, fuck. Ugh. I need to be faster is what I need to be. And he dies, okay. Oh, fuck me. What I need to do is stop pussyfooting around. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Ugh. Why am I missing? Don't heal again. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck! Oh. Okay. Oh, leave it to him to fucking res all the way over here. Come here, bitch. Let's go. Oh no. Okay, wait. That's doable. Ow. That's fine. I can do this. I need to take a second. I need to eat. I'm getting shaky. I can do this though. That was so fucking close. Okay. Sorry. I get shaky when I haven't eaten, and I've barely eaten today, so that's probably not helping. So bad. Okay. I'm over here like, mac and cheese, save me. So what I need to do is get under him when he's healing. Oh god. Probably did not pick the best time to get a drink, but... Come on, bud. Me and you. Grab my runes real quick. Yeah, why the fuck is the fucking spirit stag giving me a run for my fucking money right now? 2, 3, and... Nope. I'm taking the health loss. Just to prevent him from healing as much, I'm taking the health loss. 1, 2, and 3. And... Alright. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. Sorry that took me so long. I just need to lock in real quick. That's all. We're good. Buffalo mac is the secret sauce to victory. Yeah, I took 2 bites of Popeye's mac and cheese. And, I win. So... that doesn't tell you what you need to know. I don't know what else will. Anyways. I did that. I better be like, oh, do these bitches not care about me anymore? Not true. They still care a surprising amount about me. Whee! Okay, so... that's like all that was over there? It's just the stag? Yeah, I guess so. Hi, Jasper! How are you? Am I about to get jumped? I have no idea. I got fucking mac and cheese in my mouth. There's more stuff in the area? Yeah. But not in that area, right? I'm doing pretty good, honestly. Hanging out. Okay. I'm gonna do something stupid. But I'm gonna jump. Because it says to. And I just want to see if that's actually a good plan or not. Okay. Wait. Trying to see what happened to him here. Oh, can you like actually land on that? Wait, I know where that is. That's the other stag right there. Yeah. Okay, so we're just above that area. Okay. One has much cooler stuff. Okay. Okay, so that's where I just was. That's where that stag is in that temple. I'm not gonna jump, don't worry. I'm really not sure where you're supposed to go from here. Yeah, if y'all, where's the summon? I'm actually kind of curious. I'm genuinely not 100% sure where I'm supposed to go from here. I'm also eating food, so. Yeah, because this just arches you over here. And that's the merchant. Yeah. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm just kind of looking around. Fascinating. Okay. Is it in this area? I know Gore was saying it is. And you jump down from the what? Which ledge? I'm imagining you're just talking about a ledge. Is it further back where we came? Stars ahead indeed. Okay, it's back where all the houses are. Alright. I'll head back then. I know I don't have to run back, but I'm going to because I just feel like I'm missing stuff. So I'm just gonna run back because I'm curious. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Past it? Oh, this building? These buildings are like high as fuck though. Keep hugging the left? Oh my god. Edge? Hold on, I'm like looking. Imagine you're talking about that big ass ledge right there. Oh my god, okay. Hug the cliffs, so you want me to be all the way down here. The other side's not a cliff, that's a building. I know English. There's a ledge. Oh my god. There's a ledge there. Don't mind me, I'm just like looking. You talking about that ledge? Oh my god. Nope, not that ledge. Discovered, not that ledge. I thought that was a ledge I could stand on. Alas, 'twas not. Excuse me, boys. I have a ledge I need to go find, and you guys are all in my way. Ooh. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta make sure nobody hates me anymore. I also gotta grab my souls real quick. Okay. Was I there? Wait, is there an easier way over there? If I go that direction? Hari torrent. Torrent, bud, we're looking for a ledge. Oh, keep going down the hillside? I feel like... Yeah. Not there. Feeling all the rocks. Huh. Huh. Oh, there's a path. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's just been a grace here this whole time? What the hell? Since when? Okay, I'm gonna up this just so I can use my attack more. That's some bullshit. Always been a fucking rune here. Jumping ahead, down. Yeah, well. Seek healing. Jumping required ahead, then seek right. Seek ahead. I don't think I should seek ahead. That man said seek right. Man. This area is kind of a pain in the ass to get around in. Mimic is in this area? Oh. Well, that explains why you were so happy. Excuse me. Sorry, don't know what the fuck that sound was, but it made me a little nervous. You just have to platform? Oh, fun fact, chat. Platforming is not my forte. I'm actually really bad at platforming. So please do not expect too much from me in this area. Actually, please only expect the worst from me in this area. Oh, if you fucking be so fucking for real. Ah! Jesus! Jesus! Alright, I see how fast that bitch hits. Good to know. I also punched her. I really didn't mean to. Hi, teams. Sorry, I'm eating mac and cheese. Whee! Oh. Hey, chat, did you see the way I almost fell to my fucking death? Oh yeah, you're right. I'm not two-handing. What the fuck happened there? Oh my god, I hate this. Ow. Well, she died. Ugh. Okay. There we go. That was much better. Oh, yeah. I don't have a fear of heights, really, but I do have a fear of falling. So... But, like, I'm also, like, 6 feet tall in real life, so the idea of falling is terrifying because, I am tall. So I fall a lot further than most. Oh, yeah, you are just sitting there, huh? Butterfly, yeah, butterfly. Fucking plump sort. Yeah, it's just like whenever you're 6 feet tall, whenever you fall real fucking far. And that's scary. Precious item ahead. I bet. First off, jumping. Oh, okay. Oh, a ball. Fucking grand. Hey, come here. Hello? Oh! I don't know why I didn't realize that was a fucking person. My dumbass was like, oh, somebody I can talk to. Nice. I fell today. It was embarrassing. Yeah, falling's embarrassing as fuck. And every time I do it, I'm like, I want to die. Very sorry. I'm not that person that's like, oh, you know, don't be embarrassed to fall. No, I'm gonna be embarrassed to fall every time. Okay, so I don't want to fuck around with that ball. I have a strange feeling. But there's an item over there. One of these walls has to be fucking fake. Has to be. I target log? Yeah, I know. The ball's a bad person. I know. Or is there another ladder? Get over there somewhere. Might be. What do you mean here's where it gets fun? Were we not already having fun? Oh, the window. Okay, bet. Got it. I aspire to one day be able to afford a lot of things. Man, you've got all these fucking chests in here and none of them are really worth it. God, yes, I also have horrific knees. Okay, so there's gotta be a way. I can't use torrent. That ball definitely is gonna want me dead. All right. How long does it take for the ball to see you? Also, better question. How does the ball see you? He? You mean the fucking ball? And here he comes. You big burly ass bitch. Oh, he just goes back? Yeah, true sight indeed. Okay, well, let's go grab this grace real quick, so if the ball kills me when I'm trying to get up there, I can, use that to my advantage. That's a lot of slimes. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, I figured once I slid through those doors, he wasn't gonna be able to get out. I already got the summon, I thought. We're gonna go up decks again. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, I got the mimic. I sure did. I sure did get the mimic. Part of me wants that item that's up here. I don't need to double check. I know I got it. There's not a ladder over here. Test out the mimic. The mimic doesn't even... I haven't leveled him up or nothing. There's some way to get up there. Oh well. I mean, I can test him out, but, like I said, I haven't leveled him up, so he's just gonna be baby. The mimic's kind of fun, actually. Yes, I did see that he used my health. I didn't heal, though, because I was being a little stupid. But, you know. I did see that, though, in the little notes that he takes health. I just forgot to heal. Yeah, like, the mimic's like having a friend. Oh. Oh, it's just a giant. Whatever. Hey, big boy. Can you fit in here? Oh, you absolutely can. Sir? What are you doing out there? Oh, that's a little dramatic, buddy. Are we done? I have a feeling we're not done. Come here. Where does this take me? There's probably something behind me. Oh! Fascinating. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. Oh god, they're all awake again. Alright, this is fine. Alright, here's the plan. We let the mimic handle those bitches. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk. Enjoy your food. And while the mimic handles all of those big ass bitches, I'm gonna run around back here for a little bit. See if there's anything I missed. Anything of note. There's not. Cool. Not my mimic just stomping around. Sorry, that was just really goofy to me. Okay, I gotta take that to Ronnie. I can do that. Sorry, that was just really goofy to me. How the fuck do I get back is the true question. I guess I'll just go here and take the elevator. That's fine. I can do that. Can I teleport from here? Oh, I sure can. Okay. More you know. I never knew that that was an option. All right, Ronnie! 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 I'm eating mac and cheese. Oh my fucking god. Ronnie, I almost died. Jesus Christ. Sorry. That scared the hell out of me. Oh. Wait a minute. Can that come back? Thanks. What did Bunny eat? What did she eat? I'm so proud of her. Tell me all about it. I want to hear all about it. Y'all, did you know Bunny started walking?
Ah, it was thee.
Sure was.
Not blithe, it seems.
I mean, he helped.
Even in my slumber, I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not?
Yes.
The hidden treasure of Nokron. My thanks. Finally, all the pieces are in place.
Bunny is my daughter.
Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path, only I may tread.
Alright, you know how to be a drama queen about it.
But before I leave,
Ravioli half a
I shall
plum
entrust thee with this.
and naan bread. Oh, damn. Girl was eating. She likes you more than Blythe now? Well, to be fair, to her, Blythe is just like a weapon, not like a person. So, whereas I am a person. Yay!
My thanks.
What do you mean
for thy
confusion?
sterling efforts.
Tell Bunny I'm proud of her and I love her.
A strange gift, perhaps. But a rare sort such as thee would welcome it, I'm sure.
I'm eating my
I am
Popeyes, by the way,
certain now.
while she talks.
Fate steered us to our reunion. I must thank Torrent, too, for his part. You may leave now.
Everybody knows it's fucking horse.
It was but brief. But thou gavest me fine service.
Sure did.
What is it? I, too, am to depart on a journey.
Alright. Ronnie said, get the fuck out of my house. Jesus. Alright, I'm getting out of your house. The closest one's like 40 minutes away. I am so sorry for your loss. I live in the middle of the city, so the closest food places are all like 5 minutes away. Though, I would like to move out into the country, so once I do so, Popeyes will not be nearly as close, so I need to enjoy it while it lasts. Is Puppet Guy still alive? Who is Puppet Guy? Actually, the fact that I'm asking that question means probably. I'm breaking all of Ronnie's shit. I mean, it's not like she ever comes down here. I still don't understand why Ronnie's wolves don't like me, but whatever. The asshole with the giant hat? Yeah, he's still kicking. The one that's over here? If you're talking about this one, then the answer is yes, unfortunately. I might be able to fix him being alive. Oh! No, he's dead. Ooh. Damn. Did his neck get fucking snapped? He's just sitting here. Anyways. Ooh. Ooh. Sure, what's the detour for? Sorry, I just realized I had all these, fashion statements, and, I didn't realize that before. Damn. Oh, I'd be fucking... Remember that guy in the hand palace with no legs? Do I? Did I make fun of him for not having legs? Man. Anyways, I look sick as fuck. Oh god. I think I am gonna stick with the sword for now, yeah. Alright, you said the Hand Palace? I don't even remember if I know where that is. I mean, there are other Unga Bunga weapons, but I've gotten real used to this Unga Bunga weapon. Also, I'm gonna come here real quick and check something. I think also my worry is if I switch weapons, I'm gonna forget how to...
You've met Garou. Then owing to our duty, I think you've earned the power of the Golden Orb. Are you acquainted with a man named Roger?
Yeah, he's chilling.
You know, the pity he was a formidable... Don't let his easy air deceive no more. You see him now, like he's half dead. Take well, that's how you end up. When seduced by those who live in
I want to
death.
be
When grace is sullied,
Oh,
it rots
yeah.
people from the inside.
Yeah, I remember that place.
I serve that I might put following on those who live in death, their merits, and so it is.
Incantations. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I remember. Godfrey's voluptuous tree-tongue thighs. I'm listening.
Are you here for spirit? I can hear it from the howling and wailing. You should keep your. I know you should.
Okay, I don't have sex. Whee! The Erd tree itself.
Greetings. Are you here for
That's how I
spirit?
feel about Radon, truly. That man is the Bara husband of my dreams. Alright. Whee! Don't mind me, just breaking all my shit real quick. I know, I'm so sad I did not get to do the do with
Greetings.
you-know-who.
Are you here for spirit?
Blythe is still an option, though. Alright.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
I'm just seeing if I have what I need. I do not. I need 7. Okay. I keep accidentally breaking all the tables. My big fat ass. I would be more than happy to be Blythe's new owner. Look, you don't need help. You're in the best place you can be. Ooh. Ooh. I see. Ooh. Mmm. Mother and son.
Let the words of the fingers.
The Russian badger, huh?
I've decided I'm off in search of a noble. We may not need it if there's any ink.
I'm good,
May the
thanks.
golden orb
Have a good time, I guess. Rogier, you doing alright, bud? Oh. Xenoph? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Oh, buddy. Oh, bud. Thanks for the sick outfit. Thank you for that, because God knows I was thinking it. Oh my God, thank you for that. God knows I was thinking it. Oh boy. Twin maiden husks. I don't... Yeah, the Dog Pound. That's where we are. That's what this is. It's my pound. Welcome to Pound Town. Seems D has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nokron. Oh. That's cool. Man, I'm just rolling up and everybody's dead. Yeah, population me. You are a dog now. Everybody who hangs out here is an honorary dog. Absolutely. Yeah, Rajir was cool. Me and Rajir, like, had a great time.
Journey to the capital, Lendell. The two fingers will do. You may be out.
I killed him.
General Radha, he fought Malin and by my though.
Alright, well, you don't care. Alright. Heard you had a brother.
I thank you. So what can I do for you?
Ah, well. Yeah, honorary dogs. Alright, oops. Fuck me. Wee. Wee. Alright, Don't fuck with me! I got the power of God and anime on my side! Ah! Werewolf Raid! Holy shit! Hello! How is everybody doing? Hi, Ken! Ken Sereth. I hope you all are having a great day. I'm currently looking for a legless person. Gore, can I get a shout out? Actually, I think Gore's busy giving the baby a bath. So, it has been a while. Hold on. I'm gonna shout you out myself. 1 second. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Yeah, Gore's always busy. There it is. Okay. Oh. Sorry, my thing's being shit. We were playing Toho? Yes, I know about Toho. Did you have fun? I've never played myself. There we go. We got it. But also, hi Raiders. My name is Tragedy. I am your local cyberpunk dog girl. This is my dog Pound. We are playing Elden Ring, though I am a variety streamer, but recently I feel like I've just turned into a fucking Elden Ring streamer. So, if you head back to the manor, you're looking for a legless dude named Paida? Okay. Paida. Good to know. But how was your stream? Did you guys have a good time? I've never played Toho. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. But I've never played. I've always wanted to. I see him at anime conventions, like on the like actual box, like all the time. Oh right, I don't think I can ride my horse in here. Cannot. All right. Let's see how many hands I get got by. Yep, giant hands. And little hands. And big hands. The fuck is this? Oh, door does not open from this side. Great. Love that. Oh, love that. Love when the door does not open from... Okay, cool. There's a bunch of different ones. Yeah, I know it's been around for forever. And I know the memes, because I see the memes all the time everywhere. So, like, I know, like, all the memes, and I know, like, the Bad Apple stuff and all that, because I've been in the anime community for fucking ever. Sorry, I'm also eating dinner. Which is risky when you're running away from giant hands. But, you know. I'm doing my best. meet this guy? When I ran through here last time? I genuinely do not recall. Ugh. I hate the noise the hands make. The guy with no legs. I genuinely cannot recall if I met him when I was in here last time. Anyways, if the church isn't dedicated to me, it's slanderous. Get it out of here. Yeah, he's the dude you could buy stuff from. Yeah, I don't think I met him. I think last time I was here, I kind of just fucking beelined it past all the hands. Because I was just trying to get to Ronnie. He's above me? Okay. How the fuck do I do that? Yeah, I sure did run past everything. I was, nervous. Ooh. I feel like there's something over this way, but I also feel like I'm being gaslit. Yeah, I was being gaslit. It's fine. There was a secret sword here? Either you kicked down a ladder last time? I did not, I don't believe. I have to go through until I can take the elevator up. Oh, there's that ladder there. Alright. Does it not do that anymore? Does it not let you shoot that spell anymore?
Dance,
Oh
dance
god.
to the dead.
Oh god, it's so loud.
Dance to the dead, 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 dead. Dance, dance to the dead, 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 dead.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Nathan Drizzy. Love that. I hope you don't mind that I'm not paying full attention. I am kind of human for my life. Is the basket out here clean or dirty? It is dirty, my love. If you're talking about the basket beside the, oh, hi. Ow. Yeah, if you're talking about the basket, by the laundry room, that one is indeed dirty. Oh yeah, because I jumped down from here, I think. And I just kind of jumped my whole way down. So if I need to go up, how in the hell would I do that? Oh, I just did not jump. I did not jump. That was on me. I was being a little dumb. I pushed the wrong button. I rolled instead of jumping. In my defense, I was reaching for my chicken. Mm-hmm. Sure as hell was not that way. 1 second. Sorry, I had a Discord message, but it wasn't anything important at all. Okay. We are gonna try from up here then. We're gonna work my way backwards, I think, is what we're gonna do. Whee! Yeah, I figured this would be better. If I worked my way backwards. We're looking for that ladder you saw earlier? Okay, bet. Would it be in here? Or is it in the other building? Hold on. Double check up here real quick. Well, because this just leads me out here. Oh, Jesus. Which doesn't really help anybody. We're looking for the merchant here that I don't think I met last time. That kind of just ran through the whole area. Yeah, I might need to look him up. Oh, hi. Basically boogie boogie down the cliffside. Oh, Jesus. That's gonna be so much fun. Alright. There we go. You know, I never really went to the right, but whatever. Who needs it? Oh. There is indeed a little path over here. Did I know about this? I genuinely do not think I did. Ugh. This is out of the way. That's cool. I'm just a little curious. I don't think I knew that this existed. So... Oh, you don't gotta be doing all that. Gotta kill all the pots and his tiny little pot babies. Crystal darts? Yes. I do enjoy myself some crystal darts. Oh. Hey, little dude. Didn't see you there. I'm a pot murderer. Oh wow, there's a shit ton of pots down here. Look, I'm secretly a hero. Whether people want to admit it or not. Oh, hands. Huh. Uh-oh. Or not? No, this is definitely an uh-oh. Ugh. Ooh. Huh. Well. We're just gonna run back through. It's fine. There goes my hero. Watch her as she flows. Alright. Oh wait, I needed that way. Oh fuck, I fucked it. I forgot this goes down, not up. Sorry, I had to go on a pot killing rampage or else like I was gonna lose my mind. Sometimes you just gotta kill some pots, you know? Alright. Well, luckily for me. Oh. You're back. Fucking wolf. Whatever, man. Alright. Up we get. This fucking dude. What you doing, bud? I need y'all to pull it together. We got jobs to do. Okay. Anyways. Okay, so that wasn't the way to go. This wasn't. But there is a little hole. Let me in. Hold on, I'm gonna check this side. Because I'm just not realizing, I never checked really either side of what the fuck's going on over here. Oh, there's a dude on these steps too. Doing, buddy? Give me your clothes. Yeah, I figured there's gonna be a lot of magic stuff just because of like where we are. Oh god. Sorry, Steam's trying to notify me about the spring sale, which I know about because I'm already planning on buying stuff for him. Oh, something's twinkling in there. Alright, well, cool. That's what this area is, I guess. There's a lot of old bosses I missed. I didn't bum rush the old area, though. I feel like I spent forever there, actually. But I can always go back and fight them if that's something y'all would like to see. Oh, like mini bosses? Hi, Neons! How are you? Out here killing dinosaurs. Well, if they don't really matter, why are you bringing them up? Or... Ew. You want me to do them? It is Friday, which means nothing to me because Gore is off work on... Okay, we're back here. I feel like... I went the wrong way. My days off are not on Fridays. My days off are on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so... Why am I trying to find the guy? Because Wizard McAsshole up here is dead. Oh, in terms of streaming, I don't work. Streaming is my job. I don't know. I think Chad has me going on a wild goose chase. For some dude. Also, Celavis, the asshole wizard, is dead. And chat said that the merchant knows something about it. Or is the cause of it. Or something. Sir?
Not hurt. Please, I beg you, cease this cruelty.
Cruelty. Alright, I gotta jump off on this side then. Alright, Ugh. Can I just fall here? Fucking guess so. Ugh. Sir? Oh, there's an item down there? That's cool. Hold on real quick, sir. I'm just gonna come up here. I'm just a little curious. Cool. Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Ooh. Alright. Well, luckily for me, I'm not a cat, so we're safe. Anyway. Oh. Hey, bud. Well, If he was a merchant, he's not anymore. Cause this dude got it bad. So was a puppet master. Yeah, keyword was. Does he not have legs? No, he has legs. They're just like kind of shriveled up. And Celavis was his puppet? Oh, is that why Celavis was an asshole? Hate that dude. For real. I'm eating my chicken while you lure me. So whenever you're talking to asshole Magic Man, you're actually talking to this guy? Well, looks like you were betrayed, bucko. By your own dudes. And you know what? About halfway up the east side of Lornia. Oh. Yeah, the thing that she gave me. Bows. What? Who's washing their chicken with dish soap? It's the giant tower in the ocean? Oh. To the right? Oh, this tower. The one that I was like, oh, I should go explore that. And everybody was like, don't worry, you'll come back to it. That makes sense. Yeah, I saw that the item she gave me lets me into a place. I go in from the bottom. It looks like, okay. And chat, make sure you're careful when you're going in from the bottom. Why do I have so many fucking... Hold on. Sorry, I was not getting rid of my fucking radars and that... Ugh. I love to cook. Everything you just told me makes me wish I were dead. And I wish I were lying. Ugh. Hold on, I'm just looking around. I just realized I've been over here, but then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go check out this tower. And everybody in chat was like, don't waste your time. You're gonna come back. So I never did. Oh, is this one of those places where I get jumped if I stay here at night? Sure is. Whee! Look, the only reason I explain what I'm doing is because a couple of times now, we've had viewers who get really upset that I'm not going as fast as they want me to. And so we've had to deal with that as of late. Or some viewers get real upset.
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck!
Oh, buddy.
Hello? Hello?
Actually, wait.
Anyone?
Oh, I do play how I want. Like, whatever. But some people were getting real heated.
Hello.
Hey, bud.
As you can surmise.
You did.
Would you mind?
Absolutely.
My thanks. Just give me a good and I'll pop. No, don't worry about my wound sustained at the festival.
I am worried about
I'm
it.
stuck back together good and proper. Just give it your all.
All right, bud.
Please. Wait. I have a terrible feeling about this.
Yeah.
Would you? No, I can feel my lower half is stuck on something.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get me out just by hitting me this time.
Oh.
Let's think. Perhaps there's a way to slide me out a little more smoothly.
Perhaps.
What if I could somehow be made slippery or some such?
Uh-huh. You want me to find you lube?
Let's think. I mean, what if I could...
Lube? Do I not just have normal grease? Hold on. Oil? Okay, I can make oil. Hi, Soulful. How are you? Am I supposed to throw it at him? I'm doing it for you, bud. That better?
By gods, you are a woman of vision.
I sure am.
This will have me as slippery as a toad. I have a good feeling about this, my friend. Right.
Give you a good smack from behind. All right, bud.
Oh, yes. That's the ticket.
Hup. Gotcha. Hey, bud. Very good job.
My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits.
Yeah, he did. Alexander is into fucking lubed up pegging. Which, don't peg without lube, first of all.
Me. I'm oilier than a toad. Yeah, there were countless oil jars back where I'm from, actually.
Yeah, we're there.
And now I know what it's like to be one of them.
What were you using all those oil jars for, huh?
Yes, though it is one to which I have home. I thought, how? I can feel the warriors to walk the path of champion. I'm headed to. I can strengthen myself there. I will forge my.
All right.
I'm headed to. I can strengthen myself. I will forge.
Good luck, Alex. Love you, bud. Have a good day. Yeah, write that down. Don't peg without lube. You're gonna have a really bad time. And you're gonna think of me. And you're gonna go, by God, she was right. Oh. Crab. Up. Ooh. So many people learn about pegging from the Deadpool movie. Fucking Jesus, am I old? What do you mean a bunch of people learn about pegging from the Deadpool movie? Am I old? Oh god, I must be old. I mean, I know I have kids, but like... I'm not that old. Yeah, he sure is a silly fella. Oh, wait, I was here because I killed this person. I just never really took it any further. Some people are just sheltered sexually. Yeah, I guess that's true. Oh, do I need to be up to get in here? Hold on. Yeah, huh? Well, Deadpool came out when I was 15? The movie. Maybe 16. Jumping off? I really don't think I should. Oh wait, no, there's a wall there. I'll do it. Oop. Shouldn't have done it. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the first one. I'm talking about the first one. Yeah, it was a little slippery. It's fine. I got tricked. It happens. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the first one. Everyone's like, you just go in through the front door. Bitch, where is the front door? Thank you. Yeah, the 2016. Okay, I was 17 when that came out. Yeah. I was 17 when that movie came out. Oh, let me get my runes. But yeah, no, I was 17 when that movie came out. Because it actually came out, I think, on my birthday that year. So I had just turned 17. Anyways, where the fuck is the front door to this bitch? You were 24? Fascinating. Oh, is the front door all the way down there? Well, shit. You were 30? Ah! Sorry. I accidentally overdid it. I pushed the wrong button. That was on me. Yeah, I was 17 when that movie came out. I think it came out on my birthday. I did overshoot it. Look! I'm not, like, crazy old. I just turned 25. Last month. Yeah. I turned 25 last month. There we go. I know. I'm so sorry, chat. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Oh. How the fuck did that kill me? I don't think I have been to this village yet because I don't have that grace yet, so. Yeah, that was some bullshit, actually, is what that was. Calling it unfortunate is nice. That was bullshit. But yeah, no. I turned 25 in February. I have a 1-year-old daughter. And a, would have been 4-year-old daughter. Don't attack any of the pots. Got it. And the body of an old fucking decrepit woman. Because... Oh my fucking god. This is so stupid. I wasn't kidding when I said platforming is not my forte. And the body of an old decrepit woman because I have POTS. So I'm constantly in pain. And achy. All the time. And I've got blood flow of an 85-year-old. So... I might be young, but I feel old as fuck. Also, if this is my prime, god damn, am I fucking in for a rough blow. If my prime is being 25 years old and playing video games for 80 bucks a month, I'm gonna have a rough low. Just saying. Yeah, I could see my prime being 30s. I could see that. Oh, torrent. Oh my fucking god, I panicked. Okay. You need the Disney password. Why? What's happening? What are we doing on Disney? Hold on. I'll give you the Disney. Alright. What are we doing on Disney? Or, hold on. I want to watch Disney. What are we watching? Ugh. You were young until you hit your 1 billion second mark, and then you're middle-aged. How do you count that? Just quick question. How do you count that? Ooh. There are calculators? Fascinating. Alright, we're in Pot Village. So it's 31.7 years. Hey, real question. Why does this house not have a fucking door? Excuse me, sir. I just want the flowers behind you. Love ahead. Yeah, I see that. A lot of love here.
Hello, Cos.
Cos?
What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone... Ah!
Yeah.
Gosh, it's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test, Cos.
What do you mean you never found this village?
Your skin, you need slicks. I'm sorry, Cos. What a shame.
Damn, I don't have what it takes to be potnate. I don't know what the fuck potnate is, but I don't have what it takes. My hands are too rough. I'm swinging around my big fucking schlong all day. What a shame. You were looking up Elden Ring facts for your birthday? Gore would make fun of me if I did that. Thanks for the pot, sir. Alright, won't attack anyone. I will keep that in mind. Thank you for Bingus, by the way. Ooh, oh yeah. Hey, little dude. Ooh. Oh, just things that happened in history. Okay. A lot of cracked pots here. I don't know what else I expected. It's a pot. It's a pot town. Yeah, I see all these plants. They're pretty cool. I have all your plants. Sorry, didn't mean to break your fucking bench. Jump attack? I don't think I should. So I won't. Hi Renji, how are you? Ugh, I also want Blythe to suck me off. I don't have a penis though. Oh, sorry. Ugh. I suppose it is fair. Alright, this is cool and all. But, I don't see how this helps me get inside, which is what I need. How far have I gotten in Elden Ring? Pretty far, honestly. Further than I have before. Hi, dog ant! How are you? Yeah, all of the things are telling me they want me to jump. But I don't want to jump. I feel like that's how you die. Why are you horny? I'm not horny. What'd I do? Huh? I do have horns. Because I'm getting ready for my 2.0, which also has horns, and also sometimes I just miss having horns. Want the real answer? Am I gonna get jumped? If I get jumped, I'm gonna cry. Don't jump me. I just want my rune. Thank you. Whee! Alright, well, this wasn't where I was supposed to be. I need to take this road there? I'm so confused. Give us this sales pitch. For your 2.0, you can kiss my feet. Because they're just out. There you go, that's my sales pitch. Okay, if you want an actual sales pitch, do you have a feet fetish? Now you do. Featuring my feet. Oh, see, I went the wrong way. That's what it is. I did go no shoes, which I would like to say right now wasn't really for any particular reason. It was mostly just because I was struggling to find shoes that I liked that went well with the model design. If you want me to be extremely honest. That's it. I just couldn't find shoes that I really enjoyed, that I felt like went well with the design itself. I could have given her Crocs. I would rather have killed myself, however. So I know where I need to be. I'm just running around real quick, looking to see if there's a Grace, which there is. Wonderful. I knew there was gonna be one somewhere. I just had to fucking find it. Oh, back in the lobster swamp. Love that. What build am I going for? I am going for a Dex build. Yeah, Crocs on a VTuber just sounds wrong. I agree. So I am barefoot. Kind of. I'm wearing some pretty cute socks. But they do have my toesies out. So they're not really made for warmth. They're kind of made more for appearances. Which I'm okay with. Also, I don't know, something about the goddess of tragedy walking around actual, like, torn up places that are, like, victims of big tragedies in just her, like, with just barefoot. It hits different for me. So, I don't know. Did I meet the dude that boils crabs and prawns? I am not. Oh, hold on. Hold on, hold on. I'll just show it to you. Give me 1 second. We're just sitting. We're gonna call this 2.0. Ba 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 ba. Ba-ba. Or I could just pull it up. I have it right here. Hold on. Do-do-do-do. Oh my god, it's huge. 1 second. Ugh. There it is. Pew 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 pew. There she is. Get 'em, boys. She's got her toes out. But yeah, that's my new outfit. It's going to be added, the outfit's gonna be done in April. Yeah, Twitter is fucked up. But the outfit will be done in April. The rig should be done by the end of summer. And we should be debuting in the fall once I have everything, like lore, videos, and everything situated. So, look forward to this at some point in the fall or winter. New model kind of looks like you belong in Elden Ring. I did use some Elden Ring armor for inspiration, but the chains match Grimm's chains because Grimm and Tragedy were born at the same time, which you'll hear more about that with the lore video, which I'm super excited for. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm super fucking excited. So, I love it so much. There's so much detail here. Like, hold on. The chains that are broken on the anklets, and the different toppings on the socks, the claws, the broken chains on the wrists, the chains on the neck, fucking the chains that connect to the horn and go behind my head, the teardrops, the crown, all of it is so good. I'm literally so obsessed, so excited, and here's hoping everything goes to plan, because I'd like to debut sooner rather than later. At soonest, debut will be in the fall. At latest, it'll be in the winter. So, I'm gonna show it to my wife. You sure can. It's on my Twitter. So I'm super excited. Anyways, we'll get to that. It's literally all I think about right now is this fucking model. I would like to also say, and y'all get to know this. This is a secret. Don't tell anybody else, okay? Okay, chat? Promise me. Chat, I need you to promise me that you won't tell anybody else. How much can I give you to make her a reality? Gore, you're already, like, bankrolling most of this. What the fuck are you talking about? But I will say, this is a very expensive venture. Between me and Gore, it's going to be almost $2,000 out of my pocket and Gore's pocket, because we have shared pockets, we have shared finances, to get all of this done. I know this is it. I just wanted to fucking hit the bell thingy. It was tinkling and got on my nerves. So next week, yeah, it's not terrible. It's not a whole new model. It's just a new outfit added on to this existing model. New outfit, new makeup. So that's why it's a little cheaper. And the reason it's like $2,000 is because I'm also doing a lore video. I'm doing a debut video. I'm getting new background music. I'm, you know, getting all new emotes. I'm getting new panels. You guys are going to be getting new bones for your subscription. Those are going to look different. I'm going to be adding more redeems. We're going to be doing a bunch. A lot of things, a lot of animated art. So I have to pay for a lot of art and then pay for to have it animated. All of that. And so here's the secret. Come here, get real close. So the secret is, hopefully, by the time I'm able to do my re-debut, hopefully we will also be announcing my first official merch line. using the re-debut, or using the 2.0 outfit in the merch. And so far, I'm in the process of making prints. I'm in the process of making stickers. I'm in the process of making body pillows. And I'm also in the process of making stuffed animals. Now, which ones of those will actually be ready by the time we re-debut? Only God knows. And not this God. I don't know. However, as long as everything goes according to Kaikaku, we will have merch. What the fuck? Sorry, that looked like something dropped behind me and scared the shit out of me. So look forward to that. Oh, fascinating. 'Cause God knows I am. Oh, hands. Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, you don't have to do all that. Hi, Kay! Kay, I'm telling people secrets. Dodge and weave! Yeah, speaking of merch, Kay is the one making it. Oh, I turned the entire tower upside down. Look at Discord. What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, fuck me. Should I turn the tower back? I feel like I should. Hold on. I can't look at Discord. I can't pause the game. Ugh. What do I do about this? How do I get down? Oh, I see how I get down. Okay. I can manage that. Excuse me. Ow. Man, that bitch is really trying to shoot me. Ain't that unfortunate? Falling there is gonna definitely be— oh, hi! Oh my god. Stop! Stop! Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, she wanted me dead hella bad. That's fine though, actually. Okay, now I can look at Discord. Where the fuck is my mouse? Game, give me my mouse back. Okay, thank you. What am I looking at? Oh my god, Kay! You are going to get— she's gonna yell at you. Kay, she's gonna yell at you. She's gonna yell at you so much. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, so we got a lot we're working on. Hands. Alright. I'm gonna need this witch lady to mind her own business. Woo! Ow, 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 ow! Okay. See, I was just gonna bring her down here, but instead, somehow, I got. I don't even know how that fucking happened. That was stupid. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on the clock because I gotta put my kid to bed. Okay. Oh, these hands. Yeah, they do got hands. I don't know where the fuck this bitch comes from. Alright. Where's she at? Come here. Come down here, bitch! She's a wimp. I didn't want to go get her because of the hands. Ugh. Ow! My fucking god. This fucking woman. Oh, here she goes. Oh, this fucking bitch. Pain in my ass. All right. Fucking A! Sorry. She's so annoying. Perish. Oh. I see. I guess I just jumped from chandelier to fucking chandelier. But for like what purpose? You could probably hit her like 3 more times and she would have bled out. Oh, well. Ugh. Ooh. Oh. I don't want to fall. Whee! Anyways. pickle ahead. Oh, Jesus. What kind of pickle? What kind of pickle we talking? Is it a good pickle? Does Ronnie have to do this shit every time she comes home? Or is it just me? Because this is some bullshit. Oh, just me? Great. Love that. Cool. I open the door. Hello. I open the door. Skill required ahead? Incorrect. I just had to be fast as fuck. Alright. No skill required. I just gotta be fast as fuck. Fuck that guy. Skill required ahead. Yeah, get a bigger dick. Whee! Yeah, you just gotta be fast as fuck. A win is a win. Look at that big old bitch. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. He's gonna get me. Oh no. Whatever, man. All right. This time, we're gonna take the elevator appropriately. Watch me forget about that guy and him jump scare me on my way back. Look, you can't give me my horse and expect me to just casually run. I'm past that boy. It's not happening. Anyways. Can I see him from up here? Nope, just the ocean. That's crazy. I did it! Yes! Yes, Queen slay! But like, don't actually slay. Just like, you know. Just like run up and past him kind of situation. Oh, thank you for the pet. God, why does everybody keep wanting to stick their fingers in these corpses' buttholes? Also, hello. Oh, isn't this Ronnie's body? Also, thank you for the pets, Rinji. Yeah, this is Ronnie's body. That's her bracelet. Girl, you got. Alright, well, sorry, girlfriend. Self-immolation all the way up here next to the tree so your stepmom can see it is crazy business. That's all I gotta say. Lover ahead? No, you know. Maybe. I also kind of wish I was a Pogger's magic doll. What item did that give me? I don't even know. Not even gonna lie. I was like looking, but like barely. Oh, this. Okay. A curse mark carved into Princess Rani's discarded flesh. Cool. The half-wheel wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod and should have taken shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time. Rani was the first, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. Cool. If you bring it to Rani and ask about it, she gets mad. Uh-oh, I'm about to piss off my wife. Well, you know. To be fair, though, she did tell me to go away. She was like, cool, thanks for your help. You did better than my fucking shadow. Anyways, leave. But, bitch! Why would you even give me this? If you didn't want me going in there and finding your corpse. I don't know. I don't know what she expected, truly. That's some dumb bitch business. Also, gore. Gore. Uh-oh. 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 Look who's not here. Freerin. Freerin tonight. Freerin. It's Freerin Friday. Woo woo! I'm still eating my chicken, by the way. I'm just being so casual with it. She acts like a teenager when you read their locked diary. Okay. Oh, just diary. Sorry, I think she said locked diary, and I was like, okay, but to be fair, if it was locked, shouldn't have been reading it. Sorry, you 2. 3. Why don't her wolves like me? I guess she doesn't like me. She's just kind of using me to further a goal. So, you know. I've answered my own question. Mukbang string, it feels like it. Yeah, this chicken's crunchy as hell still, though, despite me having it for over an hour now. Look, eating slowly is good for digestion. True. I have to eat slowly, because if I eat too fast, it makes me feel sick. So... First off, well done. Thank you. Yeah, if I eat too fast, it makes me feel sick. Thanks to my fucking chronic illness. Ooh. Chest? Ronnie's like, why are you opening all my shit? Okay, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. This does not... Oh, it's so bad for me. But I want to look pretty. It's so weak for me. But I really just want to look pretty. So we're doing it. Oh, I'm not a magic user, so... We'll use the black gloves. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, my buff ass! I forgot I made my hair that obnoxious shade of red. I look good. This is good for me. Oh my god, if somebody commissions me in Ronnie's outfit, I would actually cry. I love witch outfits. Ugh. I found her fucking self-immolation corpse, busted into her closet, stole her clothes. I'm carrying her fucking Shadow's weapon. This woman's gonna want me dead. Oh! What the fuck do I do with that? Do they sell those? I want one. I want to put it in the jar. Yeah, Ronnie the buffness. Look at me. I look like a whole ass man. Hi, Steamy. Oh, I am barefoot as fuck. Wait a minute. I'm just running around this bitch barefoot? Alright. You know what? It is for me. I'm just coming over this way to see what the fuck's going on. You can talk to her at the Grace? Oh, okay, okay. Cool, I'll go back. I just wanted to see what the fuck's going on over here. Nothing good. Alright, cool. I want to talk to the doll. I'm about to take so much fucking damage just so I can look like a fucking witch with this big ass hat. Well, look, I'm gonna be really honest. I'm barefoot IRL most of the time, so... She doesn't want to talk to me. Oh!
A dogged fellow, aren't
I
you?
am a dog!
Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls?
That too.
Fine.
I'm a little unwell.
Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise.
Hmm.
But now the cat is out the bag.
Out the bag.
I cannot allow thee thy freedom.
That's a big bitch over there.
Perform for me a service as recompense.
Okay.
Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee.
By me?
I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
What did I do?
Perform for eliminate the name of I will not.
Why is she mad at me? The fuck did I do? Bitch! Yeah, okay, that's actually Ronnie. Cool. She's definitely going in the jar, though, because she's being mean. Gore, I kept talking to her. She yelled at me. She has nothing else to say. She's repeating herself. She's pissed off at me. You know what? I'm taking her clothes. She's an asshole. Blythe is way better than she could ever be. Yeah, Blythe is a way better lover than Ronnie could ever be, and she's just too jealous to admit it. What the fuck am I looking at? What are you? Ah! Fuck! Hey! 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 What the hell? Alright, asshole. Do I remember the fallen star beast? A bit. A tad. That's what they turn into? Oh, great. Man, I love that for all of us. Everybody involved. That's so many rocks, sir. Ma'am. What, is he just hanging from something, or? Oh boy. Yay, rocks! Bro. Holy fuck. Yeah, I see that they don't understand how cover works for sure. Yeah, he's just hanging upside down holding his junk, correct. Yeah, you see what I see. Oh, plant. That's fucking cool, I guess. Love that. Oh boy. What are y'all digging for? Ah! Oh, stop! 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 Okay, so I see what the tactic is here. Hi, Cookie! Elden Ring, oh Elden Ring, please stop fucking my asshole. Oh, Elden Ring, oh, Elden Ring. I really like my asshole. Where it is, so fucking stop. Hi, Dougie! Well, you know, I was trying to hit that. But I can't hear when the boulders are coming because Ducky decided to doge me. Elden Ring DLC being real has me looking for Elden Ring streams. Well, that's sure as hell what I am. Oh, fuck me. No, it's okay. Ah! No, it's okay. You don't gotta do all that. Fucking, please. What's down here? I'm going down the hole. I fucking regret saying it. Oh, what the fuck am I looking at? Are those ants? Oh. Yeah, they're ants. Yep. Big ass ants. Hey, fun fact, guys. I have an ant phobia. A weird time to say this. I do not like ants. Oh. Oh, there's so many ants. What do you mean since when? Since always. Always. I've always had one. Oh, I can only run from 90% of them. Is that a man? On the back of that ant? Have I never told you that I have an ant phobia? I swear I have. Because it wasn't just the ants on the walls thing. It was a lot of things. We had an ant infestation in our car once. And I didn't notice it until it was like way too late. And so my feet got bit. It was the worst. Oh, that's cool. No! Hey, whip lady. Ugh. Yeah, we were out on a photo shoot, me and my mom. Woo! Went to do a photo shoot. Ugh, y'all are gonna hate hearing about this. Oh shit. Me and my mom went to do a photo shoot for Father's Day for my stepdad. And so we were out taking all these photos. Yeah, we do need to get me some better armor. But anyways, we were out taking all these fucking photos. I could also just switch back to my old armor. I just really like the way it looks. I actually might really struggle with this area if I have to keep looking at ants. I'm a little embarrassed about it, but... Keep the hat. I'll keep this one for now. I love witches. I'm people. I gotta go get my souls. Leave me alone. Give me my souls. Why can't I get my souls? Okay. Yes, I do call them souls and not runes. I'm a Dark Souls player. I know them as souls. Nice people. Is that what this outfit is? Is this the NASA Peepo outfit? The ants are super optional. Okay, thank fucking God, because I genuinely, you all can't see this. My leg is bouncing. Like, I am so uncomfortable. I'm legit like so uncomfortable in here. Not calling them blood echoes. True. Great. Yeah, the Ronnie ending is the most popular one for good reason. You know, fucking wife. But for me, it's mostly just because I wanted to see Blythe as much as possible. Going to be honest, I like Ronnie's outfit. Oh, cool. I like Ronnie's outfit a whole lot. I really don't care for her as a character. I think she's actually kind of a bitch. So... Oh. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will just stay down here. What the fuck do you mean? There's another optional area with giant fucking ants. I mean, yes, being a bitch is just part of the course. But, like... I really think outside of, like, her outfit and like how cute she is, I don't think she has any like redeeming qualities. These guys are just gonna electrocute me. I am straight up not having a good time. I'm just gonna get electrocuted the moment I do this, aren't I? I mean, I think Blythe is a sweetheart. I think he's nicer than we probably deserve. Come on, funeral procession. Excuse me. Blythe is my 3-tier subscriber. My sweet little man. With sharp teeth and a sweet personality. I've never played Dragon Quest, fun fact. 4 is currently playing through it right now. Right, yeah, he's like bound by soul or whatever, but... Oh. Huh. Blythe is bound by soul. You are correct. However... Okay. However, being bound by soul has not stopped him from being a really sweet guy to me. A person he barely even knows. So... They're on the ceiling. Love that for me. So, I'm not gonna complain. Blythe's just a nice guy. Hello? Oh, this is a bad time. Oh! Okay, yeah. I accidentally pushed the wrong button, and that guy fucked me. So... No, I won't be going out of my way to find the ant tree, I don't think. Thank you for the offer, however. Yeah, I was absolutely fucking clobbered. Which is fine, I guess. Mind your business, bitch. No! Ugh. Do I want to fight these two? Whatever. We'll come back. Oh. Fucking great. Can you back the fuck up? Back up! Fucking goddamn. Alright, Death Dragon. Okay, I love sometimes I look at y'all in chat and I'm like, what are they talking about? And I'm like, oh, they're talking about shit I don't want to know. Careful of up? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. There's a chest there. But, I see the ball. And I personally don't feel brave enough to jump the ball. So we'll come back for that. By not doing Flaw's quest? Okay, will do. That's an easy name to remember. Aw, I love cats, man. Oh, the hugging lady? Good. I wasn't planning on fucking interacting with that bitch at all, so... I do not like her. She is fake. She's a fake-ass bitch. Is there another ball in here? There's something in here, and I don't trust it. Okay, hold on. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I don't like her. She seems like a whack-ass bitch. Ooh. Open that door. Oh boy, is this area just ball central? Ball slime central. Alright, well. Yeah, this room is ominously organized. Oh! Ooze. Not a ball. Ooze. Oh, nope, there is a ball. How do I get the ball to come after me? Oh my fucking god, the ball did not come after me! But everybody else did. I don't want to neuter the whole area. I didn't want to be neutered either. I see you. I see you. Come here. I grabbed the item. I wasn't sure if I should try and get the ball to fall or, oh my god. It's like never ending. Where do I even fucking go? I gotta get to the door? Okay. Fuck y'all. Ow. Oh, chest. I'm busy! What the fuck? Oh my god. Summon the mimic? I can't summon anything in here, Gore. Alright. Wait, what the fuck's over here? Nothing. Alright, we're just gonna beeline it. Think you the shit, bitch? You not even the thought. I be going hard. Yeah, I noticed that. Oh. There's a ball. Okay, well, come here. Come on, buddy. Ow! Fucking asshole! Alright. Peter, the ball is here! What the fuck? See, this is exactly why they don't give you your horse. If they gave me Torrent, I'd be in and out of this bitch so fast. What the fuck is a mimic ball? Hup! Hup! I think they did because I got stuck in it. Whatever. What the fuck? Huh? I don't even know what the fuck happened there. I got balled in the doorway. No, no stabbing. No. Stabbing's illegal. Oh my god. Move! Move! You dumb bitch! Hey, have I ever mentioned to y'all that this area fucking sucks? Okay, so the ball just chills up there. Which is cool, I guess. Fuck you, ball. Fuck you, ball. When did I ever like this area, Gore? There's a giant fucking ball chasing me right now. Whoever the fuck told you I like this area lied. Okay, looking pretty is very different. This is all in the same place with the stars and the stags and the... Oh my god. Okay. I just run past these guys? Oh my god. Oh no, I can't. Well, nope. Stop. I didn't ask to be here. Ah. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, what is this place? What is its purpose? I thought that, where is the next fucking Grace? Yeah, I know she probably is. Am I not going the right direction? What's happening to me? I feel so very lost. Hold on. I am? Are we sure? Oh my god! Well, there definitely needs to be more Graces. I don't know. I hate to be the one to say it. But this is some fucking booty hole nonsense. Oh, I just gotta get good, you say? Hmm. I see. This is fucking ridiculous. Excuse me, boys. Oh, trust me, my butt cheeks are clenched. Was that door the right door that I was supposed to go through? What the fuck? Yeah, this is an average church congregation. I felt like I was getting kicked in the face last time I entered a church, so... Gore, that was not close. That dude fucked me. I did not. Alright, we're gonna go one more time before I'm done because I want to get to this Grace so bad. I did bring the dogs, actually. Ma'am? Move! Oh my god! Oh, to be fair, my mimic needs to be leveled up some more. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Alright, he's rolling, I'm rolling. He's rolling, I'm rolling. Oh, fuck me. Can you back the fuck up? Come here. Move! You're in the way! Holy shit! What the fuck is happening? Look, I didn't like balls to begin with. I'm not a ball fan. Balls creep me out. Especially these balls. I don't like balls that move on their own. I think that's my problem. Balls that move on their own is a no-go for me, besties. I need y'all to know, by the way, these ants are genuinely freaking me out. I'm not anywhere near them, and I'm genuinely freaked out right now. Yeah, see, my mimic's only +4. Look, I know that that's the y'all's whole thing is that your balls, your boobs. Jesus! Alright, we got it. Look, I don't like the fact that y'all's balls move of your own accord. It freaks me out. Alright, what do I do from here? Oh, I just dropped down. I just dropped down. I could have outrun them. Yeah, that sword whip had me a little fucky-wuckied is what it did. I got it, though. Ooh. I don't trust this. Well, you know, I got my golden seed, I suppose. Ah! No! Fuck! Hi, Third Word. How are you? Oh, is the grace in there? Oh. Where is it? Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not doing good at all. Oh, they're so big! Oh, I want to puke. Oh, I'm not even kidding. This legitimately makes me feel like puking. Oh. Gotta be fucking kidding me. And I can't use torrent? Oh. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. There's an elevator in here. No, 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 no. No! Yeah, I heard that when I was out running. There it is. Oh, fucking thank Christ. I heard that when I was out running one of them earlier. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm done. What do you want?
Let us speak of the past a while.
I don't want to.
I was once an imperial.
Yeah, I know.
Of the demigods.
Mm-hmm.
Only I, Nicola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers.
Yeah.
As a candidate to succeed Queen Marika.
Yeah.
To become the new god.
I am literally in fucking tears.
Which is when I received Blythe. In the form of a vassal tailored for Imperium. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rule of death. Slew my own Imperium flesh. Casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other.
Thank you for the pet.
Since.
Oh, I hate them.
Are their assassins?
I hate them so
Even
much.
When I turned my back upon the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally.
For now.
Though he was created a vassal
For now.
from Imperium, he was a colossal failure on the part of the two fingers. Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path. Are
there no more ants down here?
I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Should I add thee to the list? Another one. Kind of heart. As kind of heart as they.
I'm gonna go look, and then I'm done.
I've let slip forget what that.
I'm gonna go look. Just to see what's going on. I'm gonna go take a look, see. I'm just gonna go take a look, see. If it's just spiders, I'm okay. I actually have no idea what I'm looking at. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at, so we're gonna save that for tomorrow, cause what the fuck? See, we differ, because I wouldn't call that a basilisk. Ever, I don't think. I don't mind basilisks. That's not what they look like to me. But, you know. That's fine, I suppose. I mean, they don't have to look like what I think they look like. Ugh. Holy fuck. That scared the hell out of me. I did not know that this game had ants. Woof. Yeah, they definitely do look strange. It's not what I would call them, I don't think. But, you know, whatever. That's fine. Call them whatever you want, I guess. Like, personally, not what I would call them. But yeah, you know, as long as it's not ants, I'm pretty happy. Okay, well, I'm gonna raid somebody, so y'all don't go anywhere. Give me 1 second to find somebody to raid. I hope you had a good time. I had a good time up until we fucking bumped into fucking grossness. I had a great time until we bumped into fucking ants. So, you know, that'll do it for me, I think. Alright, we're gonna raid my friend Mistia. I don't think the two of us ever stream at the same time, but she's playing with a couple of friends of ours. I'll be back tomorrow. Usual time. And we'll probably just be playing more Elden Ring, if you want me to be real with you. I really enjoy it, so... And I feel like we're getting close. So, yeah. Mwah. Thanks for coming by, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Mwah. Have a good one. Take care, everyone.